Hello, good evening, everyone. We are ready to get started with Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Now, this game did not get an official international release, unfortunately. However, there is a fan translation available for it, which I was able to find, and so after last week we finished the first one, so let's jump right into the second. Episode 1, Turnabout Target. And we'll see how... Oh wait, there it is, we can see it. It's the Emissary of Peace from the east. The President's private plane is arriving at Gourd Lake. Can you hear it? The cheers of the crowd. Welcome, Zhengfa Republic. Welcome, Mr. President. Ah, Zhengfa again. Mr. President, this way, please. Your audience awaits. My dear friends, there is a reason for my visit. A few days ago, a smuggling ring that has long plagued my nation was exposed and crushed. It is possible thanks to your country's prosecutor's office. From the bottom of my heart, I convey unto them my utmost gratitude. However, the battle is still not over. I declare here and now, the hammer of justice shall be brought down on them. Hurry, contact the prosecutor's office. We need that man, Miles Edgeworth. If there's anyone who can solve this case, it's him. So I guess this must pick up... I guess this picks up right after the first one then, since they mentioned the smuggling ring incident being just a few days ago. Never a dull moment for our Edgy. Word of this must have reached every corner of the world by now. An assassination attempt on the president of the Republic of Zhengfa. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor. I was asked to investigate this grave incident, but upon my arrival... Mr. Edgeworth! Yeah, Dick's already here. We've been waiting for you, sir! This man is Dick Gumshoe. He's a detective with the local precinct who assists me on all cases under my jurisdiction. What is the President's current condition? Still not sure, sir. The paramedics just entered his plane a few moments ago. I see. I hope it's nothing too serious. Very well, Detective. Please show me around the crime scene. Roger that, sir! Hey, mister, just a minute. I'm begging you. Who's that? What's this? Mister, you're the prosecutor in charge around these parts, right? Can I ask you a little something real quick? I'm afraid I must refrain from commenting for now. Let's go, Detective. Hey, wait, Mr. Prosecutor! Hold on, Mr. Edgeworth. Wait for me, sir! Now then, Detective, care to fill me in on all the details? Basically, the whole thing happened here in Gourd Lake Park. He looks like a lion. There's a big welcoming event for the President of the Republic of Zhengfa. The President of Zhengfa, Dijun Wang. As I recall, newspapers and news programs were making quite a deal over his visit. It rained a bit, but it stopped just after his plane landed. He came out, and all of a sudden, in the middle of his speech, bang, a gunshot. At least I think it was. You think? Truth is, I just got here as well, so I don't know all the details, sir. So you were also called here on short notice. Yep. And today was supposed to be my day off. And I was supposed to be at the High Prosecutor's office preparing a case for trial. The Chief Prosecutor asked for you personally, sir. The Chief Prosecutor? The Chief Prosecutor is taking part in the welcoming event. Apparently the Chief called out right after the incident occurred. Call Prosecutor Edgeworth. He's the only one who can solve this case, he said. I see. So that's what happened. After the incident, we sealed off the park right away. Which means the assassin is still in the park. An assassin in this crowd. This could get dangerous, sir. If there is another incident, these civilians could get in harm's way. Yeah, you'd think they'd have evacuated all the citizens from here first. This is a race against time. Let's begin the investigation. First, we investigate the crime scene and gather some information. Precisely. There's no mistaking it. The president was targeted with a gun. This is something I'll have to keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe? Where was security at the time of the gunfire? The police were only in charge of guarding the park's perimeter. The president was being protected by his own personal bodyguards. It's those guys over there. Why don't you try talking to them, sir? Okay. Hey, what's up? What do you want? You're the president's bodyguards, correct? What was the president's security detail like during the speech? The president has 2 best men by his side. The rest were stationed near the stage area. We're professionals. We constantly kept our eyes on the crowd, scanning for any signs of suspicious activity. I see. In other words, security was flawless during the president's speech. They didn't. So they didn't notice anything sus. Let's keep going. We should talk to other people and examine anything suspicious. In order to collect the remaining pieces of information from the scene of the crime. I see, so that's how you round up your info. Oh, you again. So what do you do with all that info after it's squared away? Someone in the crowd is making quite a ruckus, but I don't have time for that now. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, tell me how, please! After gathering some pieces of information, you try to find the connections between them. detective! Hey now, don't be just a stick in the mud. What's this about finding connections? Connect the two pieces of information that share a link. That's Mr. Edgeworth's specialty. It's called logic, pal. Okay, we're reintroduced to logic mode. Someone was able to fire a gun under flawless security, and they were able to avoid being spotted by professional bodyguards. This is no easy task. There had to be a certain amount of preparation beforehand. It's very likely the president's assassination was a premeditated crime. I expected nothing less from Mr. Edgeworth. What brilliant logic, sir! Yes, well, when you follow the facts and find a connection, you'll begin to see the truth. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray further from the truth. But if I think carefully before piecing the leads together, the logic should flow. Okay, let's start by examining everything we can. To examine, I approach anything that looks suspicious and press the A button. And if I want to consult with Gumshoe, I press the Y button. What is he taking pictures of? The hammer of justice shall be brought down upon all evil. Looks like he's reading the speech notes on the floor, sir. Guide to Public Speaking 3. Speak slowly and yell loudly with confidence, it says. I see, so that's how it's done. I guess I'll take another photo. I have an objection to his behavior at work. Have you found any traces of the assassin? Nope, none at all, sir. No fingerprints or footprints of any kind. It's because everyone's touching everything and walking wherever they want. Detective, don't you think that was a bit out of line? I agree, sir. I'll report it and see if that shows up on his next salary assessment. An apple-red balloon is floating in the soft breeze coming off from the lake. When I was a kid, I used to send letters by balloon. That's when you tie a letter on the balloon and let it float away, hoping you'll find a pen pal. That's an interesting method of communication. Did you acquire any pen pals? Actually, I never found one. Aw. I don't even know if my balloons made it out of my backyard, sir. They didn't even get that far? Oh. What have we here? This is... That balloon's been... Yeah, I was surprised too. No matter how you look at it, it's definitely... Oh, the Steel Samurai. Why do you keep popping up? The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo, a hero from a popular TV program. Popular with both children and adults, it has a broad appeal. Why would they use a Steel Samurai balloon at the welcoming event, sir? Perhaps he was chosen as the hero to represent our country. Isn't he always, though? These flowers were delivered from a foreign country. I don't even know their names. Yeah, my favorite flowers are roses and carnations. Because when I see roses, I think of weddings. And when I see carnations, I think of birthday parties. You're probably just thinking about all the cake you're allowed to eat. Please don't be so blunt about it, sir. So far, I'm liking the, I heard that they did put a lot of care into the fan translation to really make it feel authentic. Poor Steel Samurai balloon. It looks so miserable. Indeed. What did it do to deserve such a fate? According to witnesses, a gunshot was heard when the balloon popped. Did a bullet from the gun hit the Steel Samurai balloon? Maybe it was an assassination attempt on the Steel Samurai! To desecrate the Steel Samurai like this is a serious crime. Detective, you must not let this reprehensible assassin get away with this. Of course, sir. Okay. Is that it? It's the flag of the Republic of Zengfa. Its symbol appears to be a phoenix motif. This is... What is it, sir? Haven't you noticed? There's an unusual spot on this flag. Oh! Compared to the flag on the opposite side of the stage. Yeah, there's a hole in it. There isn't a speck of dirt on it. The flag is spotless, sir. Yes, that's what the flag is supposed to look like. However, there is one spot on this flag that's out of place. Where is it, sir? Please explain so I can understand. What a helpless man. I suppose I should point it out to him.
Take that!
There's an unusual hole in this flag. Ah, you're right! Judging from the burn marks around the hole, it appears to be a bullet hole. A bullet hole! And the bullet from the gun must have gone through the flag! So the bullet passed through the flag and the Steel Samurai balloon. I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. As a result of the gunshots, there's a bullet hole in a flag and a ruptured balloon. That must mean 2 shots were fired, sir! If we include the shot that hit the president, it's possible that 3 shots were fired in total. Or the assassin... Do we know exactly how many bullets were fired? Because the assassin might have been hiding from behind the balloon if a bullet passed through that and the flag also. Now, it's also possible that the flag and the balloon were punctured by the same bullet. If only we could be certain about the number of gunshots. Yes, that would be very crucial. Now then, let's continue the investigation. You again? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! If you find anything new, can you please let me know? I've been wondering for a while now, but who exactly is that woman? I thought she was just a nosy onlooker, but it looks like she's investigating too. Hey, please, I'm begging ya. In order to figure out how many shots were fired, we'll need to talk to a witness. Can't be helped. Let's try talking to her. Ah, Mr. Prosecutor. The name's Nicole Swift. Just between you and me, this case is going to be my exclusive scoop. Exclusive? Ms. Swift, is it? Can you tell me what you... So how's your investigation coming along? Y'all got a suspect yet? Where'd you get that frilly doohickey around your neck?
Hold it!
Could you please stop talking for a moment? I will be the one asking the questions. What is this, an interrogation? I reckoned I was going to get myself an interview. I'd like to know how many gunshots were fired. Can you please tell me what you saw? Well, I guess. I ain't telling you nothing. What? My life depends on info. I ain't giving it up that easily. Don't be selfish, pal. Won't you please cooperate with us? Selfish? If you ain't gonna share no info with me, I'm gonna go get it elsewhere. Wait a minute, pal. If I wait, you're gonna give me what I want? If not, adios, amigos. She won't budge. We're at a stalemate here. Stalemate. I wonder about that. What do you mean, sir? As you know, chess is one of my hobbies. How does one go on the offensive against a defensive opponent? There are many tactics available on the chessboard. Really? I don't know much about chess. I prefer checkers. Even if it appears to be a flawless defense, there's always an opening. Observe as I break down her defense with my words. In order to get her to talk, I'll need to use the right strategy. Using the image of a chess game, I need to stay one step ahead of my opponent. Oh. Now then, let's analyze the situation. Until you give me some info, my trap's sealed shut. She has her guard up. So this is her defensive strategy. We're about to get introduced to a new mechanic. If I waste too much time, she may grow impatient. I need to pay attention to the time limit. I must not be careless with my words. When my opponent becomes agitated or aggressive, I told you I ain't talking. You're stubborn as a mule. For example, during times like this, I should calmly wait and see how things play out. The moment my opponent shows an opening, I'll be able to strike. First, I should ask about her identity. Now, let us begin. First, could you tell me your occupation? No way. If I told you, then you might get the wrong idea. The wrong idea? In other words, it's a job that you can't tell others about. I never said that. I ain't some kind of suspicious person. I'm just a run-of-the-mill model citizen. Please excuse my rudeness. I do not mean to offend you. I may not know the details of your job, but I'm sure that it's a reputable one. Yeah? Well, you might be giving me too much credit there. I ain't even done any major articles yet. articles just now. Seems pretty obvious she's a reporter. Does your job involve writing articles by any chance? Dagnabbit! That's right. I'm an investigative reporter. Bona fide up-and-coming news journalist. I see. A reporter. She may already have some information about the case. This will be my next line of questioning. This is where the real battle begins. I'll need to draw out even more information from her. Let's see. Were you present at the time the incident occurred? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How about some of that info you promised me? No, ladies first. I insist. I told you, my trap's sealed shut. You ain't getting my info that easy. This is my livelihood here. Please, I'm begging you. If you stick your head in too deep, you may be putting yourself in danger. I'm a pro after all. A few gunshots don't scare me. Oh. I'll admit you're dedicated to your job. However, you still have much to learn. The fact that you heard the gunshots clearly means you were present during the incident. You must have seen something. Busted again. I just happened to be here covering the speech, and that's when it all went south. That's all, I swear. I ain't seen another word. So she was here to write an article about the speech. She should still have the material she gathered for her article. This could be a useful clue. You said you're a reporter. Did you come here to gather news material? If you want to know that bad, give me some info first. No, you first. Show me what you've gathered. Honest to Bitsy, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me try using that clue. Telling me that you came here to gather material and you left empty-handed? You should still have the materials you collected with you. That's... darn tootin', I'm a pro. I collect info with my own 2 feet. That's why I ain't giving it up without a fight. As a prosecutor in charge of this case, I'm making a serious plea for your cooperation. Don't you mess with me. I ain't handing it over, and that's final. Please understand where I'm coming from, Mr. Prosecutor. Being a reporter is a tough job, isn't it? Ah, so you're finally getting it. How has your job performance been? Well, I'm always trying to be the best reporter I can be. This here tape recorder, I always carry by my side. Can we hear what's on it? I see. If you're trying to be the best reporter that you can be, then it would be unnatural for you to not have collected any news materials. You recorded it on your tape recorder, didn't you? The information regarding this case. Hey, doggone it! There goes my exclusive scoop. That's right, I have it on my tape recorder. All the information I recorded for my articles right here. Checkmate. Okay. That's amazing, Mr. Prosecutor. Before I knew, you done had me chattering like a chipmunk. Let me hear what you have on the tape recorder. If I listen to the tape, I should be able to determine the exact number of gunshots. Fine, but I won't let you have it for free. Other than my mentor, you're the only person to push me this far. In other words, you're going to be my second mentor. Yep, that's how it's going to be. I see. It's kind of like a second home, sir. And I got one more request. A 24-hour exclusive interview. 24 hours? Please, Mr. Prosecutor, this is my first and final request as your apprentice. This is difficult to accept, but unless I agree to it, I won't be able to listen to the tape. 24 hours is out of the question, but I will grant you an interview after we solve this case. What about being my second mentor? Also out of the question. Aww. Don't be so ornery. Well, I guess you take what you get. Guess it's all for the sake of my news scoop. Time to get the ball rolling. Let's begin our exclusive coverage. Well then, Ms. Swift, please begin the playback of the tape recorder for me. Dear friends, there is a reason for my visit. A few days ago, a smuggling ring that has long plagued my nation was exposed and crushed. I see. This was the president's speech. The president passionately addresses the crowd. He's deflating the rumors flying around recent decline in his approval ratings. This is my own commentary. I tried to create the feeling of actually being there. According to the schedule, there's a meeting after this. You seem quite pleased that the Yatagarasu incident's been resolved. Well, of course, it's a great honor for us as well. Whose voice is this? Those are from the folks standing in front of me. I reckon it was two older men. They kept on whispering to each other. Where have I heard this voice before? Oh, the gunshot's coming up. The president raises his fist in the air. The atmosphere is boiling to a fever pitch. However, the battle is still not over. I declare here and now, the hammer of justice shall be brought down upon all evil. What in tarnation? Whoa, 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 whoa! Okay, so there were two gunshots. It seems that two shots were fired. And what do you reckon? It's quite simple, really. Using the bullet's trajectory, we can deduce its flight path. Two shots were fired. One bullet hit the president. That means the other shot left a hole in the flag and punctured the balloon. Do you understand now? The location of the perpetrator who fired the gun. They must have been standing over here. By connecting the bullet marks from the flag and the balloon, we learn the bullet's trajectory. It's likely that the bullet was fired from the left side of the audience area. If it was someone in the audience, though, we also know that the bodyguards didn't see anything suspicious, such as somebody in the audience pointing a gun. Just what I'd expect from Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like to investigate the left side of the audience area. Yes, sir. Wait, you mean we have to move all those people? Yes. There's no time. We could be losing vital evidence for every second we let slip by. Again, you'd think they would have evacuated all of them by now, as is. Yes, sir. Mentor number 2. Hey, mentor number 2. Miss Swift, I assume you're addressing me. Of course, mentor number 2. This is my time to shine. I'm an expert at crowd dispersal. Light the torches, release the hounds, and run them down. I appreciate your help, but please do not use those methods. Also, please stop addressing me as your mentor. I never agreed to that position. I hear you. I'll try to keep that in mind, mentor. I mean, Mr. Prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth, we're ready to begin the investigation, sir. Miss Swift here was all over the crowd helping us round him up, sir. This ain't nothing compared to my first mentor's mob wrangling skills. She seems to be used to this sort of thing. However, Miss Swift, all that running around seems to have caused your clothes to be covered with mud. I'll take care of the cleaning bill if you'd like. Oh, you're talking about my parka? Don't you worry your fancy little head about it. How to get dirty from that? It's reversible, so I can just flip it around later and it's good as new. That won't do much for mud stains, though. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's restart the investigation, sir. The crowd's made a mess of the crime scene. I hope some traces of the criminal are still left behind. Is that Winston over there? This is a terrible incident indeed, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this man again? Yeah, it is him. Aye, Winston paid and willing to assist as a prosecutor. He's a prosecutor? Why did you come here today? I accompany the chief prosecutor. His voice sounds like the one I heard on that tape earlier. Oh, was he one of the men standing in front of Miss Swift? And where's the chief now? The chief is a busy man. He had special permission to leave the premises. The chief called me here and then left by himself? I'm not completely satisfied with this. Yeah, have we ever met this chief prosecutor? It used to be Lana Skye, but of course certain circumstances from the first game have caused her to leave that position, so okay, we have a discarded flag. A drink cup. Wait. Oh, y'all need to go through the garbage? You prosecutors got a tough job. Detective Gumshoe. He's gonna have Dick do it. Right away, sir. So it's the detective's job to go through the trash. Prosecutors don't want to dirty their hands. Let's see. I hope I find something good. The detective seems a little too eager about searching through the trash. This is a winning popsicle stick! Detective! Sorry, sir. Let's see. Something related to the case. Look what I found, sir! Yes, good work. Let's have a closer look. I'll need to view this object from various angles to uncover the truth hidden within. Yes, sir. Just give me the word and I'll spin the evidence round and round. Spin it right round, baby. If you want to zoom in or zoom out, I'll move the evidence for you, sir. Investigate every fine detail. If you find something suspicious, please let us know immediately, sir. Alright, let's give it a try. Okay, let's... Ooh! Is that a gun in there? It's a document of some sort. Let's see. President's security detail. These are the plans for the President's security, sir. Leader Rook, Lieutenant Knightley. Again with a chess motif here. Pay extra attention to the lake area. Rook takes Knightley's place. In the case of an emergency, Knightley will lead the President inside the plane. A terrorist in the audience. We can't be certain there isn't one. Depicts the security layout. The bodyguards' names are written on here, sir. On here, too. Rook and Knightley. The bodyguards aren't from the Republic of Zhengfa? Seems the President hired a local security firm. Wait, I thought they said he used his... I thought they said he used his own bodyguards. What's this? Why didn't he use the police force of Zhengfa? You wanna know the reason? That's another big scoop. Do you know something about it? I was just at the Zhengfa embassy the other day, fixing to get me some news material. That's when I heard. It sounds like the President's got plenty of enemies. He also doesn't get along too well with the top brass of the Zhengfa police. So could one of his own bodyguards have been a mole? I see. He doesn't even trust the people of his own country. This could be related to the assassination attempt. But why would this document be in the bag? That is strange indeed. It concerns the safety of the President. Normally it would be under tight security. This bag! There's something else in it, sir. Oh, hey, a gun. You would have I would have thought the gun would be the first thing they would have noticed, not a piece of paper. This is... It's a gun, sir! Mr. Edgeworth! Could this bag have belonged to the... Indeed. It's possible that the assassin may have thrown it away. I'm wondering why they... I'm kind of wondering which would have been better for our would-be assassin if they had to have thrown it away, possibly leaving behind evidence, or take it with them. But of course that would carry the risk of them being caught with it. It's a revolver. For something like this to appear in a place like this... Yeah, a revolver with a, what looks like a laser scope attached. Is this the work of a professional assassin? He must have used that document to carry out the crime, sir. This revolver. I'll need to take a closer look at it. Yes, gun safety 101. Let's look right in the barrel. Okay. The gun fired 2 bullets. That matches the number of gunshots heard. This must be the murder weapon, sir. Laser pointer. It's an implement you attach to a gun to help you aim with a laser, sir. Just press here and... It's firing a red laser, sir. Did the assassin use this laser pointer to target the president? This bag has provided us with lots of useful evidence. Dumpster diving really paid off, sir. Good work, Detective. I have one more request. Please tell the forensics team to check the gun and the bag for fingerprints. Yes, sir. If we can obtain fingerprints, it would be a huge breakthrough in our investigation. Got the results back, sir. That was fat. Yeah. Oh, me and Edgeworth. Sometimes we are on the same wavelength. Of course, I made him double time it. Unfortunately, we couldn't find any fingerprints, sir. Oh, well, that's why. Are you certain you did a thorough search? Of course, we combed every inch. We even took out the bullets and examined them, sir. As expected, this won't be easy. You're with the television crew, are you not? Oh, that's right. But... Then you must have recorded the speech. I'd like to see the footage. Yeah, about that. That'll be difficult. What was that, pal? It's your duty as a citizen to cooperate with the investigation. After the incident, the guest knocked over the TV camera in the panic. All the footage was lost. Oh. If there was any footage left, it could have been vital evidence. Yeah, it's too bad, sir. What was that? Looks like you're in a jam, Mr. Edgeworth. That voice. Who's this all of a sudden? Oh, it's Kay! Hey, she's back. Awesome. Our ninja/thief in training. Long time no see, Mr. Edgeworth, the hero of justice. Kay Faraday is here to save the day. Hero? I guess she wouldn't refer to herself as a heroine. So, have you given up on this great thief business yet? Nope, I haven't stopped. I'm just on vacation. I'm still in training to become the second Yatagarasu. About 2 weeks ago, this girl became involved in one of my cases. The mysterious phantom thief, the Yatagarasu. The case of a gentleman thief who steals the truth for the sake of justice. This girl is the successor to that great thief. If you need to pick a lock or untie a rope, leave it to me. But since I'm still in training, I haven't actually stolen anything yet. Kay, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I wanted to join the festivities. She does seem to have a fondness for these kind of events. Afterwards, I thought I'd come meet up with you guys. We're glad to see you. You look like you've been doing well, pal. It's been a while, Gummy. I'm glad you're well, too. Okay, you said earlier that you could help me out. Please don't be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. I took a photo that captured the exact moment of the crime. Oh! Holy shit, Kay. Coming through the save. Same as usual, I see. Can't you even act a little surprised? Yeah, that prosecutor's always in a sour mood. He even got annoyed when I called him my second mentor. Oh, by the way, I'm Nicole Swift, up-and-coming investigative reporter. Nice to meet you, Nicole. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth's really... Enough idle chatter. Can you please just show us the photo? Fine, here. Oh, I see the red laser dot on his forehead. This is a photo I took right at the moment of the gunshot. And what are with the two bodyguards with the empty briefcases? It was awful. Everyone in the audience was running in panic. This photo depicts the president and his two bodyguards. Judging from the names written on the security plan, these two must be Rook and Knightley. What's this? He sees the laser dot too, huh? Thank you, Kay. This will be a very important clue. Oh, you got that sharp look in your eyes. Did you find something, Mr. Prosecutor? In this photo, there's a contradiction. This photo? I don't see nothing. If you don't understand, then I'll show you. By comparing the two, I'll find the contradiction. Time for my deductive skills to come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. Once I've found the contradiction, I'll press the X button with conviction. Then, I present the evidence that contradicts the spot. Ah, yes. Miss Swift, this newspaper contains a photograph of the president. I'd like you to compare it with a photo Kay took at the scene. What do you mean? Oh! That's right, there's something on the president's forehead that wasn't there before. Is that a mole? Certainly looks like a red mole. Are you guys that dense? That's foolish. It's hard to believe that a mole would pop out of thin air like that. Maybe a bug bit him, sir. That all? I thought you were onto something. Turns out it's just an itty-bitty bug bite. Okay, the detective and the journalist making such an idiotic deduction. What the hell? You were talking with such a serious look on your face, I was getting all excited. The way to the truth always begins with small contradictions. Oh, that's a great way of putting it. I'll be using that for my article. I've solved the mystery of the red mole. Huh? You mean it's not a bug bite, sir? It's nothing like a bug bite or an itchy rash. This is the light from the laser pointer. You mean a gun was aimed at the president's forehead? And right after that, the second gunshot was heard. That's certainly more than just an itch, sir. Just a little bit. Indeed. I'm concerned for the president's well-being. Yeah, if he was shot in the forehead, what? I don't like his chances. It's become more and more likely that this gun was the weapon used in the attack. But why'd the criminal use a laser pointer, sir? That's right, they would have had a beam of light shining from their hands. Pew, 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 pew. Way too conspicuous. That is a good point. It seems kind of risky, especially if they were in the audience. But at this point, I think we'll take a pause, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, back with Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Let us continue to solve this mystery of the assassination attempt. And if you follow the path of the laser, you'll find out who fired the shot. That's not good at all. Oh yeah, I also took some other photos. Maybe the light from the laser pointer was captured on those. It's a long shot, but there may be a chance. Okay, could you show me those photos? Coming right up. Firstly, the photo from before the incident. Huh. Oh, cute selfie. Your face is taking up most of the frame. I wanted to get a two-shot of me and the president. This was taken a little before the gunshots. And here's the one I showed you before. This was right after the first gunshot. So is the first gunshot the one that went through the flag and the balloon then? And immediately after that, a second gunshot rang out. And then... What's this? You can't really see much in this photo. After that last photo, one of the running guests knocked me down. It looks like the shutter clicked just then. This doesn't look too helpful, pal. Well, those were all the photos I took. I'd like to examine these in a bit more detail. Escape. Okay, before the incident. Okay, we can see... Ooh, is that Winston that it's pointed at?
Take that!
I found it. What? Look, just in front of this person in the red hood. Ah, there! Yes, that's probably the light from the laser pointer. Then that red-hooded person would be the assassin. We did it! It's all thanks to me, right? Right. As expected, the great thief has stolen the truth. Perhaps the criminal can also be seen in the other photos. Let me examine these photos one more time. Ah, yes.
Take that!
He's right there. Ah, there. The red-hooded assassin. Looks like they're escaping in the panic, sir. We can see the direction they ran in. Ah, the samurai dog banner. Right, the assassin escaped towards the right side of the audience area. Detective Gumshoe. Got it, sir. We'll investigate the right side of the audience area. I'm counting on you. The red-hooded assassin. Since the park was sealed off, there's nowhere they could have run to. If we follow the trail, we'll definitely catch them. Now then, let's continue with the investigation. We'll definitely find some traces of the assassin. Okay, they ran toward the samurai dog banner. It looks like there's something stuffed underneath it. There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, please check underneath the food stall. Something's stuck down here. Let's see. It's a red raincoat. Could this be the assassins? Looks that way. It appears he got rid of his raincoat before he ran away. What's this? It's a red button, sir. Could this be? This could be related to the person in the red hood. Did it come from the left sleeve? There doesn't appear to be anything out of place. It's not turned inside out, and the button's still tightly in place. Even though it was thrown away, it looks a bit too clean. What about this sleeve? It's inside out. It's also missing a button. I guess in their haste to take their coat off. Looks like the fallen button came from the raincoat. It probably fell off when the assassin took off the raincoat. If you look closely, you can see the right sleeve is inside out, sir. It appears they took it off in a hurry. The button was probably torn off. After shooting the president, the assassin disposed of the gun in the bag in the garbage bin. Then, during the panic, they moved from the left to the right side of the audience area. The bullet's trajectory led us to suspect someone who was on the left side of the audience area. The assassin then took off the raincoat and hid it under the stand. The assassin was in a hurry to remove the raincoat. That's why there are signs that the right sleeve was hastily removed. It also explains why the button was torn off. If that's the case, why is the left sleeve not in the same state? That sleeve isn't inside out. On the contrary, the button is still tightly fixed. What do you mean, sir? To find the answer, we must examine this raincoat in detail. Wait. Oh. The right sleeve is turned inside out, and you can see where the button's been torn off. Indeed, this raincoat must have been removed in a hurry. I'd like to investigate the inside of this raincoat. Detective Gumshoe? Got it! Oh, what's this? Is that it's a blood stain? Judging by the location, this is most likely the assassin's own blood. So they were attacked too. So we're looking for someone who's injured, sir. Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm. What do you mean, sir? criminal was in a hurry to take off their coat. That's why the right sleeve is inside out. On the other hand, the left sleeve remains unchanged. How did this difference arise? Quite simply, the assassin couldn't get his arm through the left sleeve. If you think of it like that, it all starts to add up. Furthermore, a bloodstain was found on the left side of the raincoat. I see. He couldn't get his injured arm to fit through the sleeve. Yes, indeed. I'd say the possibility is quite high. It's all coming together. Detective Gumshoe, I want you to pull our assassin out of the crowd. Roger that, sir. Someone with an injured left arm, right? You must have a good head on your shoulders if you did see through me, Mr. Prosecutor. Finding the assassin with only that much evidence shouldn't be a problem at all. That's our Edgeworth. With everyone in the park sealed in, the assassin should still be within the crowd. I'm counting on you, Detective Gumshoe. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, we found a suspicious person with that condition, sir. That's gotta be the assassin. Okay, we haven't proven that this person is the assassin yet. For now, this is just a person of interest. Don't jump to conclusions. Got it, I'll control myself. There's no doubt that this is the guy who targeted the president, sir. It takes a daring person to target someone's life in front of an audience. Detective, bring him here. Courteously. Yes, sir. Hey, you guys, bring him here! What the hell? It's D. Killer! Shelly D. Killer from the second Ace Attorney game. Oh, damn. He's not carrying an umbrella, and his left arm is bandaged. You there, state your name! My name is John Doe. Of course, that was the alias he went by before. Edgeworth and Gumshoe never saw him face to face then, because they communicated with him through a radio, actually. John Doe. That's an unusual name. That is correct. This man. Have I seen him somewhere before? Kinda, sorta. Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name? Yes. I've been observing your investigation. May I ask why you've called me here? We're searching for the assassin who attempted to murder the president. Do you recognize this red raincoat? I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid I do not. I believe that this raincoat belongs to the assassin. Yeah, what's going on with your ice cream cone? Oh my, that is terrible indeed. This person should also have a severe injury on the left side of their body. Precisely like yours. I have no relation to this. Stare down, mano a mano, like they're firing laser beams out of their eyes. So what happens next? Obviously a confrontation, pal. Battle of wits between two gentlemen. course you want to hear it. A witness might lie or misunderstand. You find a contradiction in their statement, you present evidence, pal. Wait, I just noticed. Why does she have a bear trap on her backpack? And if you don't find a contradiction, what do you do then? At those times, you press the witness for more details. All right, sir. Can you give us a demonstration, please? Go, Mr. Prosecutor. You're America's best. She just won't quit. I understand that the person in the raincoat is suspicious. However, that doesn't mean that he was injured. I don't suppose you have proof. Clearly, my left arm is injured, but I can still use my right arm. When it was raining, I used an umbrella. I have no need for a raincoat. You didn't wear a raincoat. That's your claim? Yes, not everyone uses a raincoat for protection against the rain. I'm an umbrella person, after all. I'm definitely a raincoat person. Umbrellas will hinder your movement. Well, I don't use raincoats or umbrellas. Come rain or snow, all I need is my trusty parka. This wasn't what I wanted to talk about. I hope you understand. I'm not the assassin. Unfortunately, leaving a testimony unexamined goes against my principles. How troublesome. I am but a simple ice cream salesman. Oops. Oh. You wiped the blood using the same towel or napkin or whatever you're holding your ice cream with? Please excuse me. In the panic earlier, my wound seems to have reopened. Oh. There's no mistaking the owner of this raincoat is the assassin. Furthermore, the owner has an injured left arm. Mr. Doe, I shall reveal your true colors for all to see. Suspicious. That doesn't mean he was injured. I don't suppose you have proof. Yes, we have.
Objection!
Because the raincoat has a blood stain on it. Mr. Doe, you seem to be a very cautious person. However, today seems to be different. Because you left this behind. You must be mistaken. That doesn't belong to me. Or perhaps you have evidence that proves otherwise. Mr. Doe, is your injury all right? The wound seems to have opened. Indeed, it is. Quite troublesome. Yes, I'm sure it is. You have my deepest sympathies. After all, you would have escaped had your wounds not opened up. What do you mean? There is no mistaking that the one who wore this raincoat was injured. And I can prove that person was you. With this. The ice cream is sweating. On the inside of this raincoat, there's a small blood stain. It's the blood of the assassin. Attacking the president's a serious crime, pal. You'll cause an international incident. No matter how long you keep silent, your true nature will soon come to light. A blood test will settle this. The blood from the raincoat and the blood from your bandaged arm. I have all the evidence I need. Why don't you just admit it? You're the assassin who attacked the president. I am not the assassin. You don't know when to give up. This was a game of chess. You would have been checkmated a long time ago. Admit your defeat gracefully. He seems completely unfazed. I suppose I have no choice. I'll admit it. Indeed, the raincoat is mine. He confessed, sir! Arrest him! Arrest him! However, that does not mean I shot the president. What's that, pal? Prosecutor Edgeworth, all you have proven is that I wore the raincoat. What sort of crime is that? I'm no assassin, I'm just a simple ice cream salesman. All I did was put on that red raincoat and listen to the president's speech. It surprised me to see the bodyguards take action just before the gunshot rang out. Everyone in the audience immediately tried to escape, creating a state of panic. Are you satisfied this time? His story's getting fishier by the minute. He's really suspicious. Glaring at me won't help. We've got evidence. Here, look at this guy in the red raincoat. That's gotta be the assassin. I see. That is certainly not me. What? Prosecutor Edgeworth, please consider this carefully. Was I really the only one who wore a red raincoat? Whether he was or not, the person in the photo can only be Mr. Doe. It was said that it was raining shortly before the speech, so it does make sense that there would be people wearing raincoats still. But why? This man's self-confidence and intensity. There was one thing he said that was actually stands out a little bit. It surprised me to see the bodyguards take action just before the gunshot rang out.
Hold it!
So the bodyguards reacted before the gunshot went off. Yes, the bodyguards moved first. The one on the left side of the stage in particular. That would be Rook, right? You saw it all quite clearly. I have good eyesight. Despite wearing a monocle in one eye. Names are written on the upper left of the security plan. The bodyguard on the left side would be Mr. Rook. That is correct. A Mr. Ethan Rook, I believe. How do you know that? Perhaps he noticed the light from the laser pointer. That man is no ordinary individual. From their actions, I don't believe the bodyguards were amateurs. This man isn't an ordinary individual either. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. man on the left side of the stage was exceptionally quick. Mr. Ethan Rook, as I recall. This is it.
Objection!
I am curious how you knew his name. It seems you aren't just the simple ice cream salesman after all. You think too highly of me, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Why would a simple ice cream salesman know the name of the president's bodyguard? The name of the bodyguard? Surely you jest. Didn't you say their names just a moment ago? Mr. Knightley and Mr. Rook, correct?
Objection!
But you knew his first name. This is a diagram of the security plans. We learned their names from this. However, please look. Only their surnames are written here. You distinctly said Ethan Rook. How do you know his full name when we did not? That's pretty weird, sir. Why do you know his name? Explain yourself. That was merely a slip of the tongue. It's true. This guy's the assassin. Young lady, you're being a little hasty. The reason I knew his name is quite simple. What? I'm an acquaintance of Mr. Rook's. What? He and I have a bit of a connection. He's a name that I will never forget. Mr. Edgeworth, he's just telling a big fat lie! This is not a lie. I am just a simple ice cream salesman. And an acquaintance of Ethan Rook's.
Objection!
In that case, let's just ask Rook himself about this. Whether or not he's acquainted with this dubious ice cream salesman. As you wish. However, that may prove difficult now. He's currently busy with the President's security, after all. Besides, even if I'm not an acquaintance of Mr. Rook's, does that prove that I fired the gun?
Objection!
If you aren't the assassin, then why did you remove your raincoat? It was a little hot, and the rain had stopped. I wanted to air out the wound. Is there a problem with that? I just can't seem to corner him. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing? Hurry up and arrest him! That man's so suspicious, I'd even arrest him myself. Arrest him without evidence? How could I do such a thing? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? Breaking news, the criminal's on the verge of escaping the prosecutor. Oh dear, they're already treating me like a criminal. I understand. Since I've been suspected this far, it seems I'll have to tell the truth. The truth? What's he up to? I saw another person wearing a red hood. Another person? What? Surely that was the person who was in the photo. I first noticed him right before the speech when it was still raining. He caught my eye because his raincoat was the same color as mine. In his hand I saw a laser pointer, with the light aimed directly at the president. It can't be. There was another person wearing a red hood? Or is he just trying to shift the blame? I knew that if I wore the red raincoat, I would be mistaken for the assassin. That is why I took off the raincoat.
Objection!
You saw an assassin wearing the same color hood as yours. Wouldn't that be a nice coincidence? That's what I expected you would say, which is why I didn't testify as such. Prosecutors and the police are a suspicious lot. I knew that nobody would believe me. At the moment of the incident, the assassin was very close to the prosecutor. Prosecutor? I only arrived after the incident. Not you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. That prosecutor, over there. Me? Oh, that's right. Yes, you should be visible in that photo. That's right. Here, right in front of the person in the red hood. That's me, alright. What's your point? What's this man driving at? I've been observing your investigation this entire time, Prosecutor Edgeworth, and I've noticed something strange. Something strange? It seems you still haven't noticed this contradiction yet. A contradiction? In this photo, the people who can be seen are the Chief, Mr. Payne, and the assassin. I don't see anything strange. Please think back carefully about the circumstances during the President's speech. I believe you're holding the evidence that contradicts this photo. Oh, I wonder, actually. I thought of this myself as well. As when I saw this, and because apparently Winston was one of those two people that Nicole recorded, but and I think she should have been right behind him. Is that her? Is she the assassin?
Take that!
Can't be. There's a contradiction between the photo and the tape. It seems you've noticed. Mr. Edgeworth, what's going on? There's a person missing from this photograph. Who is it? Yes, it's rather strange. Someone who should be there but is not. The person who should be in this photo is...
Take that!
Huh? Miss Swift? Why would you say that? Mr. Payne's voice was recorded on Ms. Swift's tape. He was whispering quietly with the chief prosecutor. Those from the folks standing in front of me, I reckon it was two older men. Kept on whispering to each other. It seems Miss Swift was near Mr. Payne when she recorded the speech. Ah, but she isn't anywhere in this photo. That is correct. Now, Mr. Prosecutor. But then why would she have recorded herself on tape doing it if it was her? That part seems off. Who is the one you should be pursuing? Nicole Swift, would you mind giving us your testimony? Come on, it feels weird when you talk all formal like that. It's fine, I ain't got nothing to hide. I hope not. It ain't like I stayed in one spot while I was recording. I was moving around the audience area, shuffling here and there. I reckon this picture must have been snapped at a different time than my tape recording. So quit making that scary face, it ain't what you think. Miss Swift's tape recorded a conversation between my colleagues, Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor. Why would Nicole be lying? That would mean... It'd mean Nicole Swift is the assassin, pal! Y'all gotta be kidding me. I ain't done nothing like that. Be that as it may, however, there is a contradiction in your testimony. I don't reckon so. No, sir. It appears I must reveal this contradiction with evidence. Here and there. This picture must have been snapped at a different time to my tape recording.
Hold it!
So you're saying it's logical that you can't be seen in the photo? Yep, I was near that prosecutor when his voice got recorded. But I reckon this picture must have been taken when I was far away, no doubt about it. Ain't nothing wrong here as far as I can see. So you're saying the photo and the recording were taken at different times? Darn tootin'. It ain't about the equipment, it's all about the timing. What if they were both taken at the same time? If I could prove that, her entire testimony will collapse. And I think I can... Because if we look at... We can see it looks like Payne is whispering to the chief prosecutor, just like he was doing in her recording.
Objection!
Miss Swift, a reporter shouldn't lie. I ain't lying. I'm an honest journalist. There's an oxymoron if there ever was one. Perhaps, but there's no denying that the photo and the recording were taken at the same time. That's so? What makes you say that? The truth lies in these photos. This photo could only have been taken at the same time as your recording. The spot shows this was taken at the same time as the recording.
Take that!
Here, study this area closely. Therein lies the answer to this mystery. Nope, I don't see it. Where is it? Here, look closely. Can't you see it? Hey, you're talking a load of hot gas, or this is one of them paranormal photos. Am I wrong? Oh, okay. No, I'm a little off. Mr. Prosecutor, you telling me you're into UFOs and such? She's misunderstood me. I need to have another listen to Miss Swift's tape. It's clear the tape was recorded at the moment this photo was taken. Okay. Where he has his... he has his fist up in the air. Can you see the president with his fist raised in the air? What about it? Miss Swift, might we hear your tape one more time? Nuh-uh, you ain't gonna hear a word way you've been treating me. Would you rather he charge you with obstruction of justice and seize it from you? Fine, you win. No match for you, Mr. Prosecutor. The question is, during which part of his speech did the president raise his fist? No matter what sort of heinous criminal organization there is, I will not allow them to exist. The president raises his fist in the air. The atmosphere is boiling to a fever pitch. Raises his fist straight from the horse's mouth, sir. This tape was recorded the moment the president raised his fist overhead. Then that means Nicole not being in this photo is really strange. Oh, but she is in the photo, right here. The person in the red hood was you, Nicole Swift. Yeah! You're the real assassin, aren't you, pal? That ain't so. I ain't never worn that red raincoat. This red raincoat in question belongs to... The person in the red hood is Ms. Swift, and so the owner of the raincoat must be... Ms. Swift. It can only be you. But does that young lady have an injury, I wonder? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Have you forgotten about the blood stain in the raincoat? He's right. The right sleeve with a button torn off was stained with blood. This red raincoat in question... Okay, that one was his. The raincoat's owner is Mr. Doe. That much has been proven. You were wearing something else, a different red hood. You mean there were two red hoodies, sir? Mr. Doe's last testimony was true. But we didn't find any other red raincoats. What Mr. Doe saw was a red hood, not a raincoat. Miss Swift, what was it you told us earlier about your parka? Huh? Oh, you mean when I said I ain't worried about it getting all dirty? It's reversible, so all I gotta do is turn inside out and... Ah! Oh, and I can kind of see the... inside of it is red. As I thought. Mr. Edgeworth, the inside of her parka is red. Indeed. And during the incident, she was using that side. What? Hey, pal, what's the big idea? You're wrong. I've been wearing it like this the whole day. Well then, will you allow me to examine your parka? What are you expecting to find? We know it was raining prior to the president's speech. I believe you said earlier. Well, I didn't use raincoats or umbrellas. Come rain or snow, all I need is my trusty parka. If you really didn't turn your parka inside out, then the inside should be dry. Hang on a minute, I ain't taking off this heavy backpack and putting it on again. Sorry, but can't we do this another time? You think you can fool Mr. Edgeworth with that, pal? Alright then, pal. If we're really wrong, prove it. Show us the inside of the parka. Miss Swift, if you want me to believe that, then you need to cooperate with us. Will you please tell us why you wore the red side of the parka? I'm sorry, Mr. Prosecutor. I had my reasons, honest. I'll tell y'all everything. Just quit bullying me. Huh? Now what? Whose voice was that? Hold on a sec. It's a little too early for the endgame. Oh, you're one of the bodyguards. Which one were you? Knightley? Hey, you, in the fancy suit. Haven't you been jumping the gun ever since your opening move? This man was in Kay's photo. He's got a neck brace. Oh, I guess I should introduce myself first. My name is... Oh. Revolver Ocelot? Horace Knightley, the President's bodyguard. Second in command of his Presidential Security Unit. Ah! Watch it, pal. That's not a toy. Whoa, my bad. She just wants to come out and play. I can't seem to help it. Why do you have a gun if you're not a police officer? She's the Lady of Zheng Fa. Only the President's bodyguards are authorized to use it. Anyway, back to business. I got some news for you. There's good news and bad news. Which you want to hear first? Makes no difference to me. Do as you wish. You sure? I'm giving you the first move. Alright, I got you. I'll start with my pawn. It seems you enjoy chess. You play too, Mr. Fancy Suit? It's Edgeworth, and I do have a fondness for chess. Is that so? Well then, Chess Master Edgeworth, I'll start with the good news. The President's safe. Not even a scratch on him. Oh, really? Really, that's great, pal! It seems that the young lady was not a murderer after all. Good for you, Nicole! But Whoa there, don't forget, there's still the bad news. The President's safe because his bodyguards protected him. Actually, I had nothing to do with it. It was the leader who protected him. At the cost of his own life. Oh. That would be the other bodyguard. Rook, was it? Yeah, that's right. Rook died to protect the President. So we do have a death on our hands. What? Is that so? Rook is dead. What a shame. That means Nicole? It means the little lady killed him. My brother in arms. That ain't true. I ain't a murderer. Whoa there, pipe down, little Miss Murderer. Jeez. Even if we had to make a sacrifice to protect the king. It was a pretty bad move. That castling. Sacrifices and castles. What's he talking about, sir? Oh, castling. Yeah, that move in chess. Where the rook swaps places with the knight. They're all chess terms. He's saying Rook's life was exchanged for the President's. This guy sure talks funny, sir. Horace Knightley, was it? What do you want? I'd like to examine the victim's body as soon as possible. And if it's possible, I'd like to question the President. Sorry, but I can't let you do that. What? I got another piece of news for you, and this one's a doozy. There's another piece of news? From here on out, this investigation will be handled by the Zheng Fa police. What? What's going on, pal? This case is under our jurisdiction. You have no right to interfere. You're Prosecutor Edgeworth, right? The President knows about you solving the Yadagarasu case. I'm honored. That's why the Chief Prosecutor designated you to be in charge of the case. Seems the Chief Prosecutor made a little appeal to the President. But looks like you're the wrong guy for the job. I didn't know you'd have this kind of reaction. It would help if you stop playing with your gun right in front of us. It's the President's orders. If you oppose, you'll cause an international incident. Capiche? Yeah. Hey, little lady, get over here. We'll continue your questioning inside the President's plane. No! I didn't do nothing! Hey now, don't be a baby. You scared of a little zing-fa justice? Mr. Prosecutor, please! Please help me! Miss Swift? It's clear that Miss Swift was the person in the red hood. But was she the... However, that doesn't mean that the whole truth has been revealed. I really didn't do it. Please believe me. Is it really alright for it to end this way? All I see is a girl with eyes full of fear, pleading for help. Certainly not someone who's committed a heinous crime. If I stand aside now and do nothing, the truth will be lost to the darkness. Yeah! Huh? What? What? Now what happened? What the? You! Oh, shit! Silence. What the is an impolite way to greet someone? Oh, Shelly. Your neck injury has yet to heal and you've already forgotten. No, not you. Not now. It seems you've remembered. Hey, what are you doing? Cut it out, pal! You got some nerve to do that right in front of a detective and a prosecutor. Stop, stay out of this. He's out of your league. Mr. Doe, who on earth are you? I am not merely a simple ice cream salesman. He's a professional assassin. His name is... Shelly D. Killer. Shelly D. Killer? There's no one in law enforcement who doesn't know the name D. Killer. An assassin who will carry out any request without fail. He was once involved in a case I handled. It's been a while, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I do believe this is our first face-to-face meeting. The real assassin was you all along. That is correct. I received a request from a key individual to take the President's life. I should have seen his face before in the case files. Curses. I was careless. I'm glad I hid a knife inside my bandage before I entered the park. Even though my calculations were a little off. A knife, not a gun? Now, Mr. Knightley, shall we play that game you love so much? Of course, the stakes will be your life. What are your demands? I want you to relinquish investigative authority back to Prosecutor Edgeworth. Why? Investigative authority? What are you playing at? I simply want you to allow Edgeworth to continue his investigation. Huh? Why do you want that? Rook is an opponent who is connected to me by fate. I would like to discover the truth about his death. You did say he's an acquaintance of yours. When that man died, the investigative authority was transferred to you. I am simply asking you to give it back to this prosecutor. With your life at stake, this really isn't the time to be stubborn. Why you? You're just using the investigation to get close to the president. And what if I am? Indeed, in order to continue the investigation, it is necessary that we enter the president's plane. As the leader of the president's bodyguards, I won't allow it. Oh? I thought you were only second in command. Now that Rook's gone, I'm in charge. I'm not sure if you're as capable as Rook was. What are you saying? I'm totally the leader now. Very well. In that case, please exercise judgment befitting of a leader. You can lose your life here needlessly. Or will you allow the investigation to continue? He's using the investigation as an excuse. Why would he go through all that trouble? What is this man thinking? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I trust you have no objections? Let us continue the investigation. Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do, sir? For now, we have no choice but to accept his proposal. At least we'll be able to investigate. But listen well, Detective. I'll use the investigation to buy us time. Meanwhile, gather up all your men. Surround the president's plane so that he can't escape. Right. Roger that, sir. To be continued. Shit. Oh, what? This is only the first case. And what a beginning we are off to. Jeez. Okay. Give me a sec and we'll continue. Okay. We're back to continue with Case 1 of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. So it seems like Ethan Rook is the actual victim of this case. We had seemingly deduced that our reporter friend Nicole Swift was the killer, but we're not sure if that's so, because as it seemed like our victory was at hand, Shelley D. Killer, who has also made an appearance here in this case, has taken the other bodyguard hostage, Knightley, and he really wants us to continue investigating. So I have no idea what his angle is or what's going on, but a new development in this case has come to light. Under Knightley's direction, the door to the president's plane was opened. After the paramedics attending Mr. Rook left, we set foot inside the plane, one by one. So there's Rook's body. Oh my, where would the president be? Where's he? Who knows? It seems he's just behind that door. Still a coward, I see. You'd think he'd just shown himself in front of the hitman. Not a chance. Didn't I tell you already? My purpose here is simply to investigate the case. Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, we await your examination of the body. Right. For now, we have no choice but to obey and continue with the investigation. The rest is up to Detective Gumshoe. I'm counting on you. The attempted assassination of the president became the murder of a bodyguard. Looks like you could use some help, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I don't deny it, but... See, exactly. If that's the case, it can't be helped. Just leave it to the great thief, Kay Faraday. Right. So are you saying you can solve this case? Nope. Said with such certainty. Instead, I'll stick to being your support. Right, let's get straight to the investigation. We need to buy time for the police to prepare. I need to draw out the investigation for as long as I can. Okay, well, I guess we'll start by investigating the body. Okay, is that the bullet pierced his body just below his armpit. Unfortunately, he was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. It really seems like a well-aimed shot. The cause of death was most likely blood loss. The bleeding stopped. Bullet passed through his body. The paramedics were called to treat Mr. Rook, right? wait a sec. In the same spot. At least, I don't know. No, we established that was the killer's code. So no, I don't think he was... It's almost a similar location of the wound, but I don't think that's it. I'm afraid they didn't make it in time. How about that empty briefcase? This is a bulletproof attaché case. It's a tool bodyguards use to protect themselves from bullets. Oh! It can be seen in case photo. Is that the reason they were doing this? But Rook is holding it in front of the same place he was shot, so... And I can't help but notice that Knightley's right hand is obscured by something. Like he's... I wonder. It seems Rook and Knightley both had one. Ah, that's the scene I stole on film. You didn't do anything illegal in taking this. Anywhere, anytime. I'm always in the mood to steal. You just wanted to use the word steal, didn't you? Have I been caught? He's still holding his gun, too, I see. It seems the victim also carried a gun. Did he try to shoot something? He may have drawn instinctively to return fire. We need to check to see if the gun has fired any bullets. Still fully loaded. There's no evidence of any shots being fired. This gun is also from Zheng Fa, right? Okay, so we know 2 shots were fired. And as we can tell, both shots were fired from the gun we found in that trash can. Yeah. We were always issued the same model revolver. Although it does, from what I can tell, it does look very similar. Excuse me, had to sneeze. Let's see, what should we look at? Yeah, they do look like very similar guns, don't they? These two guns, they're the exact same model. These guns came from Zhang Fa. Looks like all the bodyguards were provided with guns from Zhang Fa. Indeed. Are those guns rare? No, not particularly. They're not easy to obtain domestically, but it isn't impossible either. What? I thought they might be a treasure. Yes, it's unfortunate. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, are you talking about the treasure? Are you talking about treasure? Not quite. If it was a rare model, it would have been easier to identify. Even evidence can become treasure. I see. Even during your investigations, you search for treasure. Well, I didn't quite say that. Okay, let's investigate. Where's the treasure? And suddenly she's motivated. Take a look at the desk. Looks like a vest here. That's a heavy-looking vest. The president's clothes must be made from some special fabric. Indeed. It's to protect against bullets. Wow, it even does that? Naturally, this is a bulletproof vest after all. Wait. I see what... Ah, so that's what it is. Is that a bullet embedded in it, though? So that's what it is. This is the first time I've seen one. You could have said something earlier. That really surprised me. Collection of colorful personal security alarms. They all seem to have been used before. The president, he sure is a nice guy. He bought these security alarms to protect his wife and kids. Then why would he leave them all here? It's obvious they're for his own personal use. Objection! A single person can't carry that many security alarms. Because a person only has 2 hands. That objection is worth 0 points. Are these some kind of official documents? I know it's a bit rude, but let's take a peek inside. This seems to be a security plan. It looks very similar to the one we saw before. We must be able to repel any attack from the lake. The president is our top priority. Undercover agents keep an eye on the audience. Also, it looks like the positions of Rook and Knightley are switched. This looks like the one we found earlier in the trash can. Yes, it does. But what's this? Something seems out of place. It certainly is a very sketchy drawing. This seems to be a security plan document. If so, we obtained something like this earlier. Yeah. Something's different about this one. Could it be... Right. What's this? The details of the The details of the security plans were changed. Yeah? Ah, you're right. Yeah, that's right. It was changed yesterday. President's orders. Why the sudden change? Because 2 days ago, D. Killer attacked the president. He did? He disguised himself as a bodyguard. Rook was the first to notice. He already gotten close to the president. Rook managed to stop him, just in the nick of time. Rook grabbed his left arm and twisted it. And then he fired one bullet square into his left arm. I see, so that's where he got the wound. What were you doing at that time, Mr. Knightley? If I remember correctly, the first person I took out that day was you. Oops. Was that a touchy subject? Shut up. So back then, your neck injury has yet to heal, and you've already forgotten. Oh, that's what... It was from that incident that it's why he's wearing the neck brace. No, not you. Not now. Since that day, I haven't been able to turn my head right. It sucks. To think that I would suffer an injury. Ethan Rook. You could say he was the most capable individual. Unlike this man here. So different about me and Rook. I believe you're about as different as a pawn and a queen. What? So you remembered Rook's name because he was highly capable? Correct. While disguised as a bodyguard, I happened to hear his name. There was no way I could forget that name. Only a select few have ever been able to injure me. So this was the connection D. Killer was talking about. The security arrangements were changed, so that D. Killer would not be able to sneak in as a bodyguard again. Only the president's two most trusted subordinates would accompany him on the stage. In short, me and Rook. It appears your positions were also changed. That's true. He's now on the right side. Because I can't turn my head to the right. My position got changed to the president's left side. In other words, I was relocated to the right side of the stage. A strange decoration based off some strange animal is staring at me with its strange eyes. There's a lever on the statue. See, right here on its butt. That would be most unforgivable. Huh? I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. That lever most likely operates the trapdoor underneath my feet. Then, that hatch is actually a pitfall trap? I hope you understand. It would be in your best interest not to pull that lever. When a killer talks about your best interests, it would be wise to do as he says. The internal and external views of the plane are being monitored by these monitors. These monitors show the cockpit and the aircraft's exterior. There doesn't seem to be anything out of place. What's this thing? Oh, that's the president's precious stuffed animal. I don't really get it, but it's some kind of keepsake. Don't touch it. Precious? That's unexpected. Hey, it kinda looks like there's been a break-in. Indeed, the area it stands on does look a bit unnatural. Are those glass shards underneath the stuffed animal? This unnatural empty space, perhaps. Was there another monitor here? Okay, there's that one thing that we saw. 2 bullets were fired. We know that from the number of gunshots. One hit the steel samurai balloon. The other took Rook's life. But didn't a bullet also hit the president's bulletproof vest? Right. It doesn't match up with the number of shots. However, there's one way to solve this. The bullet that stole Rook's life pierced through his body, then hit the vest. In other words, Rook and the president were hit by the same bullet. I see. That's right. It'd be dangerous if he hadn't worn that bulletproof vest. Is the president alright? Even while wearing a bulletproof vest, you can still get injured. Yeah, the bullet's impact can still fracture your bones. But don't worry, he's fine. The president's trained himself like no other. Maybe the president didn't even need a bulletproof vest. I think that might be pushing it. I'd like to examine the bullet. There's a chance there may still be ballistic markings. Ballistic markings? What's that? Oh, we're gonna get another... get another tutorial on that. Ballistic markings are always left on a bullet. Each gun leaves a different marking. So if we examine the ballistic markings, we'll know which gun the bullet was fired from. You could say they're like a gun's fingerprints. I get it now. Let's investigate right away. I think that'd be difficult. The bullet was completely flattened when it hit the bulletproof vest. There's no way you can investigate the ballistic markings. What? I want to investigate them. Now then, I've grown weary of this investigation. Still no sign of Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Prosecutor, have you uncovered the truth yet? No, not yet. I see. In that case, would you like to speak with someone who's involved with the incident? Someone involved in the incident? You mean... is there not one more witness? Just behind those doors? Of course, the president himself. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, please do the honors and summon the witness here. There's no chance in hell I'm letting that happen. Think you can just summon the president like a witness in court? Ha! Mr. President, I'm sure you're watching this. You're watching all of this through your security cameras. Will you kindly grace us with your presence? That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Ugh. Nothing? I see. Mr. President, what sort of a man leaves another to die on his behalf? Mr. President. Stop it. Take it easy. Hey! Still nothing. Come on, Detective Gumshoe. Ah! What? The lights! My apologies, Mr. Prosecutor, but I wouldn't try anything if I were you. It seems I'm unable to reach the President, even with Mr. Knightley's life. Stop. Ugh! Ah! Kate, the killer, you... However, I have already seen the truth. Where is he? Oh! I leave the rest in your hands, Mr. Prosecutor. Damn. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh. Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Oh, shit. What is going on now? Did I pass out? Mr. Edgeworth, thank goodness you're safe! Mr. Edgeworth, are you okay? Kate, what about you? I just woke up myself. My head's throbbing a bit, but it's no big deal. Detective Gumshoe, what happened to D. Killer? Miss Swift came running out of the plane. She told us D. Killer made a run for it, but... We were too late, sir. We heard from that bodyguard that the emergency lifeboat over there had been stolen. He's probably at the other side of the lake by now, sir. Didn't you seal out the park? The police were all called back to surround the plane. Right now, there's no one guarding the opposite shore. That means he succeeded in giving us the slip. Sure seems that way, sir. Mr. Prosecutor. Horace Knightley, it seems you also had a narrow escape. Yeah, that sucked. That punk. Come to think of it, we found this near where you fell, sir. This is D. Killer's calling card. Looks like a message from him. Yeah, he has a fondness for those. He always leaves this card next to his victim's body. But you're not dead, sir! Perhaps this signifies something similar to a killing. Which reminds me, the last thing he said still bothers me. I've already seen the truth. Seen the truth. What did he mean? Yeah, it's safe now. What was that? The President will be making his entrance now. The President? Oh. Okay, there's Mr. Lion Man. This man is the President of Zhengfa, Dijun Huang. You are? It's an honor to meet you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor. I am Dijun Huang. I have heard of your deeds. You saved my country from a great crisis. Is he referring to the Yadagarasu case? I was simply solving a murder, nothing more. Such modesty. I have been observing your investigation. An astounding performance, despite allowing the killer to get away. Thank you very much. So, he was watching through the security cameras. However, I regret that it ends here. What do you mean? Heed my words, foolish prosecutor. You should have already been informed by Knightley. This investigation will be handed over to the esteemed police force of Zhengfa. Now that the killer is gone, they intend to take over the investigation. Hey pal, what are you doing? And what's with that attitude? It's because of the killer and Mr. Edgeworth that... Enough, detective. Mr. President, I cannot agree to this. Why must this investigation be handed over to your country's police? Why, you say? Know your place, puny prosecutor. Must I explain my actions? Nay, I think not. You shall hand over all the evidence you've found so far and leave this plane at once. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, be a good boy and do as you're told. I can't resist any longer. All the evidence handed over to Knightley. Why? Why won't he allow me to investigate the case any further? Now then, will you kindly take your leave? Knightley, place the suspect under firm restraint. I'm on it, Mr. President. An attempt on my life, the murder of my subordinate, such evil, such sin! I didn't kill nobody. Oh, so she's still the prime suspect. I swear. Shut your trap, lady. You dare question me? You dare stain this world with deceit? Should we pardon this sin? Nay, absolutely not. It is most unforgivable. My reasons being? There's no mistake. The President is hiding something. If I turn back now, the truth will be lost forever. Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing you can do? I remember the countless times I faced the dilemma in the courtroom. The lies of the witness, the rebuttals of the defense. I did not always have evidence to counter them. Nonetheless, I was still able to draw out the truth from them. That's right. My words alone are my weapons. This again. Now then. Let's analyze the situation. Leave this place at once. This is a direct order from the President himself. He's not even listening. Any rebuttal I give, he cuts off. When he has that forceful attitude, I'll need to watch the situation carefully. My opponent is the President of Zhengfa. I don't think he'll show any weakness easily. His words may be overbearing, but I need not be intimidated. If I observe his behavior closely, I should be able to read his emotions. First, I'll start by asking about his reasons for taking over the investigation. Now, let's begin. A good opening line will put me at an advantage. Please, allow me to confirm something about the investigation. Nay, I do not recall granting you permission to speak. I am the president of Zheng Fa. You shall not talk back to me. I'm not talking back. I'm simply asking for confirmation. This investigation will be taken over by the police of your country. Is that correct? Exactly. That is all I will say. Restrain yourself from making any more unnecessary comments. That's enough. Being on this plane is tantamount to being on my country's soil. You cannot do as you please. This plane. Is there something significant about this place? I should remember this clue. I'd like you to explain your reasons for depriving us of our right to investigate. Impudent fool! Hold your tongue! There is no reason. That should be enough of an explanation for you. Perhaps that clue may be useful here. Gathering from what you said so far, does that forceful attitude of yours have some connection to this place? You insolent... Earlier, you said that being on this plane is like being on your country's soil. From those words, I was able to deduce the answer. Namely, that is... You wish to claim extraterritorial rights inside this plane. Am I correct? Oh, yeah. Just like before. That's enough. I shall brook no insolence. Your words are forceful, but I can't overlook them. The moment I mentioned extraterritorial rights, your face grew pale. In light of your brazen courage, I shall grant you an answer. That's right, I'm claiming extraterritorial rights inside this plane. However, what does that change? You are still powerless. There's nothing you can do about it. I see. Under international law, the plane would be considered part of Zheng Fa. How convenient. If he wishes to stake this claim, then I shall question its validity. The next move will decide the outcome. He may be the president, but there is a hole in his logic. Let me break it wide open. Permit me to say this. Don't you feel that your actions are too forceful? Who asked for your opinion? All you need to do is obey. Forceful is the wrong word. It is authority, leadership. So you arrested Miss Swift because you felt you had the authority to do so. Yes, that girl is a criminal. There is no room for dispute. The shooting took place outside the plane. Only she could have done it. That's it. The shooting occurred outside the plane. Outside of Zheng Fa. This could be a very important clue. I challenge the validity of your claim to extraterritorial rights. Do you truly understand? What is it you're saying? Of course, and I stand by it. You dare doubt my words? You have no shame! Such irredeemable ignorance. It troubles me greatly. There's no need to worry. I do not need to be saved. It is Miss Swift whom I wish to save from these false charges that you've laid against her. I admire your tenacity. However, your wish is unattainable. The extraterritoriality laws are unshakable. This plane is Zhang-Fa territory. It's time to use that clue. Indeed. I do not question your extraterritorial rights inside the plane. However, you just claimed the shooting took place outside the plane. Yes, if it didn't happen inside the plane, extraterritorial laws do not apply. Your claim has fallen apart. Ms. Swift's arrest is invalid. Ugh! Impossible! To be bested by a mere prosecutor. I'm the president! Checkmate, Mr. President. Mr. President, will you allow us to continue with our investigation? Guy is ripped even through his suit. I yield. I will allow it. My heart is generous. My heart is tolerant and merciful. Therefore, as such, certainly, thus we shall... It is our duty for a most noble cause. Gentlemen, now is the time. I, the President of Zhang-Fa, for the sake of the investigation. This guy sure likes beating around the bush. Knightley, we've received the President's permission. Could you return our evidence? Here. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed. Now we can resume the investigation. It's funny how happy you people are because I gave you your precious pieces back. Now let's see how well you use them. Pay attention then. Here's my next move. Mr. President, may I make one more request of you? Would you please testify about the moment of the incident? Testify? Hey, hold on a sec. That's your next move? Isn't that the sort of thing you'd leave to the courts? Naturally, it's a courtroom procedure. However, I'd still like to hear what he has to say. If he refuses to cooperate with the investigation, he will have to give a clear reason. That's... Is there something wrong? Knightley, stand down. I shall grant the Honorable Prosecutor's request. I thank you for your cooperation. Now heed my words. Where was I when the incident occurred? Ah, yes, the stage. Then, Rook and Knightley suddenly appeared and stood in front of me. After that, I heard a gunshot and a red balloon bursting. And so, those two attempted to escort me onto the plane. But then, the second gunshot. The bullet pierced through Rook's body and struck my bulletproof vest. It was an assassination attempt. Mr. Rook just happened to get caught up in it, unfortunately. But isn't it strange? Why would the victim want to interrupt the investigation? Of course, if this becomes public, it would cause problems. I see. There's still some deep, dark secret behind the case, right? Certainly, the President, and perhaps Knightley too, knew of this secret. Without fail, I shall reveal it for all to see. A red balloon burst. A red balloon? You try my patience, prosecutor! That was not my intention. I just want to make sure your recollections are reliable. There were balloons on both sides of the stage, swelling red in the cloudy sky as laid out in the security plan. The security plans. Ah, the ones from the bag. That was the Steel Samurai balloon, though. They stepped in front of me just before the balloon burst. And so, those two attempted to escort me into the plane. Attempted to escort you? What actually happened? That's right, attempted. Rook and Knightley raised their attaché cases. That's the moment shown in Kay's photo. They led me toward the plane. But then, the second gun shot. What happened after the second gunshot? Pitiful prosecutor, if you don't know that much, you're not fit for duty. What's that supposed to mean? I grow weary of needless repetition. It should be quite obvious. Even you should know the path of the second bullet. The bullet pierced through Rook's body and struck my bulletproof vest. When the bullet hit, what condition was the victim in? He was truly a man among men. Still groaning from the bullet's impact, he grabbed hold of me and dashed into the plane. So you enter the plane along with the victim. I'm to be protected. Rook was to protect me. That was his role. He speaks firmly, but it feels like he's just dodging the question, sir. He is a president, that's to be expected. There doesn't seem to be anything out of place. Since he's also a victim, he wouldn't have a reason to lie, sir. So what he said should be nothing but the truth. On the contrary, there's one point that stands out to me as odd. Try to recall the state of the crime scene. Really? Show me the evidence! Perhaps I should review it one more time. A red balloon. You mean the Steel Samurai? A red balloon burst. I'm afraid that's not the case. What? Please, have a look at this piece of evidence. Can you see what is burst? This is... What exactly? It's the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-World Tokyo. You do well to remember it. If you wish to win the support of this nation's people. And don't forget the rival show, the Jammin' Ninja! The balloon that was ruptured by the bullet was no ordinary red balloon. It was a Steel Samurai balloon. But according to the plans, there should have been 2 red balloons. It says so right here in the security plan. It certainly looks like there are only 2 round balloons drawn here. Knightley, what's the meaning of this? Explain at once! Yes, sir. That Steel Samurai balloon was a last-minute replacement. Replacement? That's what we were told. Seems that information didn't make it to the president. We ran into a little trouble during setup last night. One of the balloons that we had prepared burst. So you scrambled to find a replacement? Exactly. We just happened to run into a guy making a stand in the park. He said he'd lend us the Steel Samurai balloon. He was kind of a poser. A stand, a Steel Samurai balloon, and a poser. Larry! Again? If something smells, it's gotta be the butt. We pumped air into its red samurai pants to create a makeshift balloon. Oh, I see. So the Steel Samurai balloon looked just like an ordinary red balloon. Is that what you mean? Knightley, why was I not informed of this? Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't think it was important enough to report. Couldn't you tell by just looking at it? I did not notice it. So he mistook the Steel Samurai's pants for an ordinary balloon. Was there a reason why you made that mistake? What now? A moment, please. I just remembered now. I could not see the balloon very well. You couldn't see it? Exactly. At the time, the wind was strong. The flags on the stage were fluttering wildly, and they obstructed my view. The flags? Did you not see the flags that were set up on both sides of the stage? Due to the strong wind, they were waving about, just like this. Oh! So that's how they looked at the time of the shooting. That gives us a completely different trajectory of the bullets. So a strong wind was blowing at the time of the incident. Flags were fluttering wildly. Yeah? President Huang, you have my gratitude. Your testimony has helped uncover a new contradiction. Contradiction, you say? Yes. One that turns the very foundation of this case on its head. During my investigation, there was no wind at the crime scene, so the flags remained still. However, the flags were actually fluttering in the strong wind. This completely changes the meaning of that piece of evidence.
Take that!
The gunshot rang out during the president's speech. The bullet struck the balloon and also pierced through the national flag. I previously deduced the bullet's trajectory using those facts. The assassin fired the bullet from the left side of the audience area. However, if the flags were fluttering about like so, my reasoning changes. Ah, since the flag's position has changed. Correct. The bullet's trajectory must also change. And if we trace the trajectory of the bullet, we can tell who fired the shot. But Mr. Edgeworth, that person is... Indeed. I still don't understand why. However, it can be none other than him. By tracing the bullet's path, who is the person who fired the gun? Was it... He can't turn right. So did he fire to the left? The person who shot the balloon was none other than you, Horace Knightley. What? Connect the bullet holes in the balloon and the flag, and the line points to you. But that guy's one of the president's bodyguards. Why would he have shot the Steel Samurai balloon, sir? Preposterous. I agree with the detective. There's no reason. Are you saying Knightley, who saved my life on numerous occasions, is an assassin? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I've had it up to here with you. My job is to protect the president. Knightley? Knightley, control yourself. Sorry, sir. Prosecutor, indeed, the wind was strong during my speech. However, the wind's strength can change very quickly. Evidence! Show us evidence that the flag was flying at the moment of the gunshot. The gunshot occurred the moment the president raised his fist to the sky. The evidence that shows the moment is... Wait, what about case... No. Okay, there's... Okay, Knightley is sitting right there. The flag isn't, though. The evidence is in this photo. Interesting. And where in this photo exactly? Don't you see? The fluttering flag can be seen in this photo. No! There's no mistaking the flags were flying at the moment of the incident. So then, it really was that guy who shot the balloon? That would mean Mr. Knightley's the assassin. Horace Knightley is... No, I don't think he's... Horace Knightley's not the assassin. The only thing he shot was a balloon. A balloon on the opposite side of the president. He wasn't aiming at the president. Well then, why was it necessary for me to do a thing like that? Depending on your answer, I might take aim at your pretty little head. Why was it necessary? I presume the reason is connected to the one thing that's felt out of place. The one who shot the balloon was the president's bodyguard, Knightley. That fact will change the entire viewpoint of this case. Knightley shot the balloon on the right side. That's got it. The change in the security plans. Why was Knightley's position changed? I can't turn my head to the right. My position got changed to the president's left side. In other words, I was relocated to the right side of the stage. Was that really the only reason? Oh man, we're gonna have to... we still have a bit more to go on this, don't we? Okay, give me a few minutes, and hopefully we'll wrap up this chapter then. Alright. For a first case. This has dragged on a lot longer than I expected. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. If the plans hadn't changed and Knightley remained on the left side of the stage, Knightley can't turn his head to the right. Would he have been able to aim the balloon on the left side of the stage? Perhaps the security plans were altered so Knightley could shoot the balloon. If that's the case, what's this? The details of the security plans were changed. Yeah, that's right. It was changed yesterday. President's orders. Security plans were changed on the President's orders. In other words, the president knew about the balloon being shot. He knew about the attempt on his own life. If you think about it that way, everything that's been out of place is beginning to add up. Why was the assassin able to get a gun past such tight security? Why was the assassin wearing a conspicuous red hood? Why did they use a laser sight that would so easily reveal their location? Why was the president so calm after being shot? This was the truth the president and his subordinates tried to conceal. There can only be one reason why Knightley fired the gun. The entire assassination was a setup. Who? Huh? What? How dare you? Do you seriously understand what you're implying with this? Of course I understand. In fact, now I understand everything. Mr. President, you wish to take the investigation rights from me. That was also you could conceal the real truth. How dare you mock me with these spurious allegations? Mock you? That was not my intention. I simply used logic to uncover the truth. That is all. Knightley fired the first shot in order to rupture the balloon. Hearing the gunshot and the sound of the balloon bursting, the audience began to panic. This was followed by one more shot. Wait, one more shot? Yes. Knightley turned toward the balloon and pulled the trigger a second time. The second gunshot was also fired by Knightley to create the illusion of the second shot hitting the president. So what about the bullet that hit the president's bulletproof vest? What if that bulletproof vest had been prepared in advance? So somebody shot it before the incident took place. Ugh. What's the matter, Mr. President? Afraid of facing a little bullet? That's not true. I was definitely shot. If we examine the bullet in your vest, it would answer the question for us. Will we find Rook's blood on that bullet? Ugh. But the person in the red hood who shot me is in that photo.
Objection!
Weren't you listening, Mr. President? From the bullet's trajectory, the one who fired the shot must have been Knightley. Then, Nicole... She too was part of the President's plan. She was to bear the blame and become the false assassin. Oh, she was the patsy. The red-hooded figure. Exactly. I don't know how much of the plan Miss Swift knew beforehand. However, she didn't fire the gun. All she did was aim the laser pointer at the President's head. That's right, Once the crowd began to panic, you would turn your parka inside out, and thus the red-hooded figure vanished. After that, you discarded the gun and security plan in the trash. I want to take another look at that security plan. Okay, Leader Rook, Lieutenant Knightley. Rook takes Knightley's place. Pay extra attention to the lake area. In the case of an emergency, Knightley will lead the President inside the plane. A terrorist in the audience? We can't be certain there isn't one. We must be able to repel any attack from the lake. The President's our top priority. Undercover agents keep an eye on the audience. And the illusion of the assassin vanishing like a ghost was complete. And with the assassin gone, the case would go unsolved, pal! Yes, that was what he hoped for. That was why he wouldn't let Mr. Edgeworth investigate the case. Exactly. All of this was an asinine publicity stunt from a lying president. But you! Ah! Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? What the f- You're wrong. He revealed his true form. The assassination is a lie, isn't it? The chief. Why did he have to pick you? This should not have happened.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Prosecutor. Knightley. I'm speaking with the President now. Thank you very much. You're a chess player. You know knights always strive to protect their king. So shut up now. Are you threatening me, Mr. Knightley? What's with this guy? Oops, sorry. Went over the top there. But on to business. As my first move, I want to ask you a question. You say I fired a gun on the stage, right? Then I should have been caught. The entire audience was watching me. I see. Now it's my move. You used a certain object to prevent the spectators from seeing you. Yeah. And I think I saw that in... Oh, which photo was it? Ah, yes, there it is. Yeah, again, I pointed out how his right hand is positioned. A certain object. What did Knightley use to prevent the audience from seeing him? The attaché case. The attaché case. Exactly. I'd like you to have a look at this photo Kay took. Your right hand is completely hidden by the case. This photo captures the exact moment you secretly fired the gun. You used the attaché case as a screen.
Objection!
You seem to enjoy making up convenient stories, Mr. Prosecutor. But you missed something. What have I missed? That everything you've said is just a hypothesis, a theory. Flags flapping in the wind, using the case as a screen. The security plans were modified because I can't move my neck. You got no decisive evidence. Yeah, it'd be great if you had the bullet to hit the balloon. Then you could examine it and see if the ballistic markings match my gun. But that bullet's probably at the bottom of the lake. Finding it would be real tough, right? I hate to admit it, it's as he says, there's no decisive evidence. There's no proof, the only thing you can do is shut up. So do so! Oh, Nicole? Miss Swift? That's it. If she speaks, we could hear new testimony. Hey lady, you got something to say? Never mind. There we go. I thought so. Nicole. Don't be afraid. The truth will escape if you let that man intimidate you. You're a reporter. A journalist, are you not? I will not remain silent. You better consider your position. Use your head before saying something you'll regret. Oh, what are you afraid of now? I forgot the number one rule of journalism. Journalists must not tell lies. You can't call it a scoop if it ain't the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm sorry. I've been hiding this the whole time. I used this laser pointer to aim at the president. Oh, so it wasn't the laser scope on the gun. That's all I did. I never fired the gun. You stupid woman! If you testify, you'll be admitting you're an accomplice. I don't care. I'm gonna tell him everything. 3 days ago, I was covering an event at the Zhengfa embassy. Then, some of the president's men called me over. They said if I cooperated, I'd get an exclusive interview with the president. And the gun in the trash? I really don't know. All I was told was to come wearing a red hood and to aim the laser pointer. So this was quite the conspiracy. I never thought it would snowball into all of this. I'm really, truly sorry. Nicole, thank you. That was a testimony worthy of the courtroom. This is sufficient testimony to verify the fake assassination plot. Damn you. The lot of you. You're all a bunch of mindless morons. It's a shame. If only you'd been able to usurp the investigation as planned,
You would have been able to silence this young lady. Blast! Shoot yourself in the face. So tomorrow's headline should now read, Fake assassination plan exposed becomes a murder. Right?
I can't believe you do something this horrible, pal!
I admit nothing. Oh. Our defanged president?
Knightley, that's enough. We have no choice but to admit it.
So, Mr. President, you admit you planned a fake assassination?
Yes, I admit it. I'm sorry.
But why? Why do you have to do this?
My approval ratings in Zing 5 have fallen. I wanted to appeal to them as a strong president who survived an assassination. But in the end, it was just a lie. A stupid lie. And the bullet in the bulletproof vest? Repaired earlier. It was not fired today.
But what about Mr. D. Killer?
Seems our plan was leaked. Someone wanted to make this fake assassination real.
That's why D. Killer wore the red raincoat. He would impersonate the culprit from the plan in order to approach the president.
But there's still one thing I don't understand.
What's that?
Why did Rook die?
His death was not a part of the charade, and yet it really happened. Yes, why was his life taken? Ethan
was an outstanding bodyguard.
Even though he wasn't from my country, he had my utmost trust. Did Knightley kill him? I wouldn't think that having the trust of a cowardly president meant that much, honestly. Hey, that's the same sort of bond between me and Mr. Edgeworth, pal. I wouldn't put it that way. Did Rook know of your plan?
Not the exact details.
I asked him to cooperate and he refused. You should have listened to his advice.
Yes, indeed. I wouldn't have done all this if I had known.
Being too dramatic. What? Rook was just one piece of the president's defense.
Knightley,
and it's not as if he cooperated with your plan. I did. He ran away, taking whatever dignity he had left with him. Good riddance. I know you're a valuable bodyguard, but still. I don't have time for this, sir. I'm the team leader now. There's gonna be a lot of changes now the chicken's gone. After all, adaptation is the most important principle in chess. I knew you always wanted to be the team leader. But isn't this a bit imprudent? I will orchestrate even more perfect plans, just like this one. You definitely have ambition. But wasn't your perfect plan today a failure? If it weren't for you and that idiot Rook, it would have been perfect. What did Rook do? If he hadn't died, D. Killer wouldn't have threatened me. And you would have never set foot in this plane. Knightley? How can you say such a thing? Yeah, he died trying to save you, Mr. President. Maybe he fulfilled his lifelong ambition. He died protecting the president? Huh? But the assassination was fake, right? Of course it was, but you need to listen closer, little girl. Remember the guy who wanted to make the fake assassination real? There were 2 gunshots at the time of the incident. The first was as you said, I shot the balloon. But the second one wasn't me. So who fired the second shot? The real assassin. But it wasn't D. Killer. He intended to attack the president with a knife, not a gun. The lucky winner was the Hidden Queen. Or should I say, the lady in the coat over there. Huh? Nicole? You're accusing Nicole, pal? I ain't no assassin. Really? I don't believe you. The gun that was left in the trash, that was yours, right? Jeez. This just keeps going. I shot the balloon, entered the plane with Rook and the president. Rook waited in the cabin, while I led the president in the security room. When I came out, Rook was already on the ground. The bullet the lady fired must have hit him while we escorted the president to the plane. The shot was fired from the gun you found in the trash. So you're saying you don't know exactly when the victim was shot? A knight's job isn't to protect the Rook. It's to protect the king. Huh. What he's trying to say is that his job was to protect the president only. It's over if you lose the king. Checkmate. That's the first rule of chess. If you let your pieces get taken right in front of you, you're not likely to win. But I did win! Look, the president's safe! Don't claim victory when the game's only just begun. Shot was fired. Knightley fired the first shot, and then Ms. Swift fired the second one. In other words, Nicole also had a gun. I never thought she was the type. Without any proof, it's just pure speculation. Then bam! Let's present some evidence! Yeah. Okay, this supposedly fired 2 shots. So, you shot the balloon, and Ms. Swift shot Rook. Is that really true? Can't see it any other way. The gun we discovered in the trash was fired twice. The number of gunshots don't add up. Why don't the gunshots add up? It's simple. This gun is fake evidence, left behind by the real criminal. Fake evidence? Think about it. The criminal planted this for a reason. By finding the gun, we'd assume the assassin was in the audience. in order to make us believe the gun was used by the assassin. The gun needed to appear as if it had been fired twice. I get it, because 2 shots were fired during the incident. However, we proved the bullet that hit the balloon did not come from this gun. Therefore, I have my doubts as to whether this gun also took Rook's life. Here it comes, you're packing some serious heat. Enough with the song and dance. You come this far, go ahead and say it. I won't just say it, I'll prove it. The one who really shot Rook is... It was you. Horace Knightley. You murdered Rook. You finally said it. Knightley, you couldn't have. D. Killer wasn't the only one who took advantage of the fake assassination plot. You intended to murder Rook and claim he was the victim of assassination. Once the president had entered the security room and the door of the plane was closed, only the victim and Knightley would have been left in this room. And at that moment, you fired a 3rd bullet directly at Rook.
Objection!
A 3rd bullet? Ha! Only 2 gunshots were heard. The numbers don't match up. The plane's walls are soundproof. If the door was closed, the gunshot would not have been heard outside. But wasn't the president in the next room? That's true. The president may have heard the gunshot. Mr. President, did you hear a gunshot? I didn't hear any gunshots. But weren't you watching this room through the security cameras? The cameras in this room aren't usually turned on. I turned on the power after I entered the security room. So you didn't turn on the power immediately after entering the room. No, actually, What is it? He's not being clear. Mr. President, focus. This is vital. Please. I was hiding under the bed, covering my ears. What? But you knew the assassination was fake. It doesn't matter. I simply hate the sound of guns. That terrifying sound, I just can't help it. That definitely ain't going in my article. Knightley, you saw the president hiding under the bed. Furthermore, you could tell the security cameras had been turned on by looking at the monitors. In that moment, when the president wouldn't hear the gunshot or see the room, you had a chance to fire a 3rd bullet at Rook. Knightley, did you really? You deceived me? You really think I killed that moron? That's cold, Mr. President. Have a little faith in me. The bodyguard is risking his life to protect you. I want to believe you, I really do, but I just don't get it. Why are you suspecting me alone? There's still the possibility that she's the killer. This gun is not the murder weapon. The number of missing bullets makes that clear. Maybe it was the one short to be. Maybe it was one short to begin with. Ever think of that? What? Maybe it already fired a shot yesterday or a day before. And the second shot was fired today. The one that hit Rook. Well, isn't that just the perfect excuse? Excuse? The possibility exists. You can't deny that. He's right. I can't deny it completely. You need decisive evidence. Evidence so decisive it makes my heart stop and my logic crumble. Got something like that? Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything? At this rate, Nicole will... Mr. Prosecutor, it's true, I did an awful thing for a scoop. But I'd never kill nobody! I could never do a thing like that! Decisive evidence. If I could prove the murder weapon was Knightley's gun. Proof it was his gun. Be great if you had the bullet that hit the balloon. Then you could examine it and see if the ballistic markings matched my gun. I can find the bullet that took Rook's life. I can determine which gun fired the shot from the ballistic markings. If you got no evidence, then we're done talking.
Objection!
Hold it! What? You don't seriously have decisive evidence. Naturally. That's a big joke. Well, come on now, show us. What's this so-called evidence? The bullet that took Rook's life. That's the decisive evidence I need. Do I have it? I don't have it. I don't have it. Okay, okay. It's game over, man. However, it's somewhere in this room. What? The bullet that killed Rook pierced through his body. So where'd the bullet go? Earlier you explained it like this. The bullet that took Rook's life pierced through his body and then hit the vest. That's right, it'd be dangerous if he hadn't worn that bulletproof vest. However, now that the fake assassination plan has come to light, we know the bullet in the bulletproof vest was prepared earlier. So then where did the bullet go? Interesting. Very interesting. Do you have an answer? Displays surveillance videos of the plane and surrounding area. One monitor is missing.
Take that!
In this room, there's one thing that's clearly missing. Something missing? Sure, you sure it's not your brain? I'd like you to look at the rack of security monitors. Seems you noticed, Mr. President. Among these images of the plane's surroundings, only the feed from the right side of the plane is absent. That's what's missing. A single monitor. Ugh! Mr. President, there was originally a monitor here, wasn't there? That's right. Why is there a stuffed toy now? That must have been put here to hide the empty space where the monitor used to be. Why is the monitor missing, and where did it go? Why, undoubtedly because it was hit by the bullet. In order to make us think the bullet really hit the bulletproof vest. It would be a problem if another bullet hole was discovered. So then, where did the monitor go? Where? It should be hidden somewhere out inside this plane. There hasn't been a chance to dispose of it outside since it was shot. Detective Gumshoe, search this plane. Roger that, sir. President Huang, you said extraterritorial laws apply to this plane. I will allow it. There's no problem. I just want to know the truth of Rook's death. Damn it, you think this is a joke? You're always like this. Rook this, Rook that! Detective, we have his approval. Go ahead. Mr. Edgeworth, I found it, sir! Good work, Detective. Now let's extract the bullet from the monitor. If I do this here and I do that, I got it! Well, it's definitely stained with blood. I'm certain this is the bullet that killed Rook. This is the bullet that will crush your arguments. The decisive evidence that blows a hole in your logic. If the ballistic markings on this bullet do not match the gun found in the audience area, Ms. Swift will be cleared of suspicion. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Detective, we need to examine the ballistic markings. Send the gun and bullet to forensics. Roger! We should be able to find clear markings on the bullet, sir. Damn, this is going every which where. Now then, let's listen to the forensics report. Reporting. First, the blood in this bullet matches the victim's blood. So this bullet really did take Rook's life. Also, Horace Knightley's fingerprints were found on this gun. Oh, Knightley's fingerprints probably came from when he took all our evidence. The real issue is the ballistic markings. If the markings don't match, Miss Swift will be cleared of suspicion. And the ballistic markings match this gun. What? They match? What? What? No way! There's no mistake. The bullet was fired from this gun. What? Huh, that's strange. Looks like I was right after all, naturally. You really think you had me cornered? You misread the board. The one who's been cornered is you. If the ballistic markings match the gun, there can be no doubt. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the audience area. Who could have used the gun? Not me, because I was on stage. But what about the lady reporter in the audience? All the evidence points to that young lady as the assassin who killed Rook. Well, it's your move, Mr. Prosecutor. Where'd you find this gun again? And which gun fired the bullet? At least we know. It ain't me. Ugh, this can't be happening. The President and I have admitted to the fake assassination plot. Now it's your turn to admit who the real criminal is. That doesn't make Nicole the criminal. Don't get riled up, Kay. Let him have his say first. After he's done, it won't be too late to begin our counterattack. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
No, that's...
Objection!
Didn't you say it earlier? This is the decisive evidence. Yeah. Well, how's it feel to have a hole blown through your reasoning? The ballistic markings match the gun we found, so... Does that mean Nicole really was the shooter? I'd like to believe otherwise. But he's got the decisive evidence on his side, pal! Indeed. How should I proceed? If Miss Swift isn't the killer, the ballistic markings shouldn't match. Thoughts, Kay? If the evidence is impossible, then maybe you should doubt the evidence itself, right? Doubt the evidence? Nicole's definitely not a criminal. So if the evidence says that she's a criminal, there must be something wrong with it. You seem awfully sure of yourself. It's a great thief's intuition. Intuition. Still, it's quite possible. Above all, Miss Swift doesn't seem like the type of person to tell such an elaborate lie. In court, the evidence is everything, and yet here I am doubting it. Which evidence do I doubt? How about the gun itself? If anything's suspect here, it can only be the gun. The bullet was discovered just a moment ago. It couldn't have been tampered with yet. Did Knightley have a chance to tamper with the gun? You shall hand over all the evidence you've collected so far, and leave this plane at once. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, be a good boy and do as you're told. Yeah, I can't resist any longer. That's it. He could have tampered with the gun at that time. There's no doubt that this gun is the real murder weapon. In that case, the owner of the gun is... Knightley. He must have switched the guns. Without a doubt, this is Knightley's own gun. Found in the audience area. You mean this one? Knightley, you fiend, you switched the guns. The gun that matched the ballistic markings was yours all along. Interesting choice of move you made there. The switch occurred at the time you seized the evidence, when we were arguing with the president over the investigation rights. You detached the laser sight from the gun found in the audience area, and attached it to your gun. Then, when you returned the evidence, you gave me your own gun. Did I do that? So what you're saying is that I knew you'd want to examine the ballistic markings. Indeed, staying one move ahead of your opponent. Isn't that the fundamental rule of chess? Glad you feel that way, Mr. Prosecutor, but you're giving me too much credit. Besides, can you even prove I pulled the old switcheroo with the guns? Can we? So the gun happens to be the same model as mine. Pure coincidence. But take a closer look. Only one of them has a laser pointer attached to it. Check the number of bullets left in the chamber. Only 2 shots fired, see? There's no evidence that I switched the guns, right? Guess I'm just more modest than you. Well, except when I'm in front of a chessboard. But we're not in front of a chessboard. It's too bad. Don't use that as an excuse later. I didn't lose the game, I just couldn't find enough evidence. You're the one who should have an excuse ready. You didn't beat me at chess. You only found the evidence. Shots fired, see? Something's been bothering me for a while now. What about the chamber of your own gun? My woman here? Now that you mention it. It's been firing it off for a while now. Every time he fires, he reloads the gun. So there's no way to check the status from the time of the incident. That's it. In order to switch the guns, he would have needed to reload the bullets. Knightley's barehanded, and he had no time to put on gloves when the switch was made. Well, I think it's about time for you to resign. How about it, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Is there? That evidence is this. Call that evidence? Prosecutor Edgeworth, you're trying too hard. certain traces were left on this gun. Traces that prove this gun belongs to you. Show it to me. What kind of piece you got? A rook? Bishop? Better not be a pawn. The traces Knightley left on the gun were... You left your fingerprints on this gun.
Objection!
Fingerprints? Ha! This should be expected. Yeah, because again, you don't wear gloves. I handled the gun earlier when I seized your evidence. Of course my fingerprints are on it. But what if the fingerprints are in a place they shouldn't be? Like, what? That's not possible. Allow me to show you. There's one place where your fingerprints should not be. This piece of evidence will deal the final blow to your king. In the chamber. Here, Detective Gumshoe. Please have a look at the cylinder. 2 shots are fired, sir, but where'd the fingerprints be? You made the switch when you seized the evidence earlier. However, if all you did was switch the guns, you would have been found out right away. That's because the number of bullets fired by the 2 guns are different. The gun found in the audience area had fired 2 shots, sir. Then what about Mr. Knightley's gun? He fired 2 shots at the balloon when he was on stage. And later, 1 shot to kill Mr. Rook. 3 shots in total, not counting the number of shots he's fired since then. And after each of those times, you would reload the bullets. Tell us, Knightley, were you wearing gloves when doing that? Yeah. Officer, in your report earlier, where were Knightley's fingerprints found on the gun? Sir, the prints weren't just found on the outside of the gun. They were also found on the bullets as well. There we go. If all you did was handle the evidence, why would your fingerprints be on the bullets? That's... With this, it's been proven that you switched the guns. The gun which fired the bullet that took the victim's life. It belongs to you, Horace Knightley. You're the one who stole Rook's life. You are the true assassin. Checkmate. Oh, damn. Oh. I should have been made leader. Me. Rook. That piece of scum. If it hadn't been for him, I would have had complete control over everybody. My assassination plan, it was perfect. My plan was perfect. Detective Gumshoe, if you please. Roger that, sir. Edgeworth! The game isn't over yet. You hear me? That's enough. The rest of this game will continue in the courtroom. Damn it. Damn you! You have my gratitude. You've exposed a murder amongst my bodyguards, and for that I'm truly in your debt. As soon as he stepped outside the plane, he reverted back to his king-like persona. Some time ago, when I proposed the fake assassination plan, you want me and not Rook. Rook declined, so I'm asking you. What do you say? Alright, let's do this. I'll come up with the perfect plan. I'll come up with the perfect plan. I can even use that guy as a chess piece. When Knightley said that, his eyes were overflowing with hatred toward Rook. Frankly, I was quite anxious about asking Knightley outside of Rook. Now that I recall those events, he probably sensed the anxiety in my countenance. Perhaps that's what gave him the impetus for murder. Mr. President, if you had not orchestrated that vague plan, this would not have happened. That is your sin. A sin that won't disappear. Yes, you're absolutely correct. You have my sincere apologies. I too must bear some responsibility for this. Even so, I am most grateful to you. I thank you for solving the mystery of Rook's death. I am scheduled to stay in this country for a while longer. But if any of you ever wish to visit the Republic of Zhengfa, you will always be welcome. Oh lordy, thank you, thank you, thank you! I'm so happy for you, Nicole. You were set up as the suspect for the murder. Still, your involvement with the fake assassination plan remains a fact. You will have to submit to police questioning later. You should know that there's still a possibility you may be charged with some crime. Yeah, I know. Sorry about all this. I understand you want to catch a scoop, but there's still a line that should not be crossed. I hear ya. I promise to reflect on this. We did it, Mr. Edgeworth. That was awesome! Prosecutor Edgeworth solves presidential assassination attempt. It's gonna be big news. Big news? Mr. Prosecutor, would you mind telling us how you feel about solving this case? That was certainly a quick change of attitude. No comment. Don't be so ornery. The reason is because this case is not over yet. Huh? Not over? What do you mean, sir? What shows this case isn't over yet?
Take that!
Because Shelley... The killer's card? The killer still hasn't carried out his request. You mean killing the president? I hope this doesn't turn into a larger incident. An assassination attempt on the president of Zhengfa. News of this incident spread across the entire country. The mass media also hounded me as I began to prepare for the trial of Horace Knightley. Everyone had seen the news, and everyone was talking about it. However, amidst the commotion, nobody noticed that the game had only just begun. Hoo hoo hoo. A new episode is unlocked. Okay, we will save. And with that, I think... Oh, this went on for a lot longer than I thought it would for the first trial of the case. For the first... Yeah, again, the first case. But I think we're going to call it a night for now. And I hope to come back later, or tomorrow night, and we will continue as we start episode 2, The Imprisoned Turnabout. So, have a good night.